All right, good afternoon, everyone. It is now 4:10, and I'm going to be calling the Policy and Audit Committee meeting to order. This meeting has been posted in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. And I guess our first item is, are there any public comments for agenda topics?
There are no public comments for agenda items.
Thank you. All right, moving on. So you've got Ms. Scoggin, who is going to be presenting to us to some discussion on TASB recommended revisions to Policy Update 122 on first reading.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, Dr. Cano Monreal, committee members, senior team, and audience. We are bringing forward 10 TASB recommended policy revisions under Policy Update 122. Dalia Garcia has the first policy update.
Good afternoon, Policy Chair, Dr. Cano Monreal, Dr. Gonzalez, Board, and audience. We do have CQB Local that will replace policy for technology resources and cybersecurity. We do have a small section titled Security Breach Notifications. Our current policy states that the district must disclose upon discovery or notification of a breach of system security to the affected persons or entities. In addition to the word breach, we are simply adding the term security incident to this policy. Those are the only two words that we're adding to the policy. So aside from the word breach, we're adding security incident.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, and Danny Castillo has our next policy.
Good afternoon. This is for local policy CSA. It's a new policy that TASB has recommended having to do with building access controls. It covers basically the weekly inspections of all of our exterior door system that needs to be done by the district. It covers a lot of what is to be covered and reported. In this case, all of the weekly reports are supposed to be reported over to our District Safety and Security Committee. And then also we're supposed to make sure that, of course, all of those things are followed up on if there's any kind of deficiencies identified. Our district has currently been doing a lot of those things already. Whenever there is any deficiencies found, a door that's malfunctioning, we do have a priority work order system that we've incorporated in coordination with our operations team. The weekly inspection reports, those are done currently every week by our security team. There are daily walkthroughs that are done by our security teams, but we are in full compliance, and the practice here is to conduct the weekly door inspections, and then we keep and maintain those records at every campus. They're inspected by, if and when they're audited by the Region 1 and the TEA auditors that go by and do the intruder audits. And we're also maintain them for every 3-year audit cycle. Those are all there for inspection by the auditors that we have come in, and we contract through Region 1 to conduct that 3-year cycle audit process.
So this is really just a policy to reflect our practice, what we're already doing.
Yes, ma'am. That's what we currently do. We've been doing that. It's now committed just to an actual policy language.
Okay. Any questions, discussion on that?
Quick question. Who is the District Safety and Security Committee? Who makes up that committee?
That's that same group that we had that's comprised of some of the board members. Some of you serve on that committee.
Okay.
Yes, what the state requires is that we have 3 meetings involving the non-board member committee members as well. Last year, going into this year, we were meeting every month, and we'd invite everybody. But we do have meetings that involve the non-board member members as well as the board members, one in the fall, one in the spring, and we have one that we need to conduct in the summer.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Policy DC, Employment Practices. This policy added information about the hiring of bus drivers in counties with a population of less than 35,000. In this instance, the nepotism prohibitions would not apply. This would not pertain to our school district. Also included in this policy DC and that's on page 2 of 2, is the procedures for hiring retirees. The district is responsible for payment of the benefits contributions as well as a TRS surcharge if applicable. And this is something that has been in place for this school year. And so, of course, we do at times hire retired educators, and of course, this would apply. And so our district is certainly in compliance.
Any
Lori
questions?
Romero has the next 2 policies.
Does anyone have any questions or discussion on that one? Okay, thank you, Deb.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Gonzalez, senior team, and audience. So the first policy that we're going to look at is EHB, and this one has to do with curriculum design and special programs. So what they've added here has to do with dyslexia and related disorders, just making sure that we're in compliance with the state board guidance, which we do that anyway, right? But making sure that our grades 1 and 2, we do test our students with M-Class. It also speaks to the procedures that we have to make sure that we have training opportunities for our teachers. As you all well know, we've done several years in this area with NIHouse. We do have our teachers, 20 elementary teachers that are dyslexia practitioners and 8 secondary teachers that also hold that certification. So that is what that EHB refers to.
Thank you. And then I guess this is going to replace this next one that you're going to be discussing?
That's correct, madam. So the next one that we have, they've actually deleted a policy, EHB. It has to do with accelerated instruction, and that pertains to our students that don't pass our standardized tests or state assessment, and any student who's also in danger of risk of dropping out. And so we have some things that we have in place to make sure accelerated learning and instruction for our students. That one has been deleted. And in its place is the next one that they've put in there is EHBCA. And so what has changed from the first one to the second one, they've put in that part for that parent request. So as a parent, if you have a student who fails, it is now state mandated that that parent can request them to be assigned to a particular teacher. And so all of this piece is new. It's still speaking to the same pieces, risk of dropping out, students who aren't performing satisfactorily or on grade level, that we're making sure that we're providing those instructional supports for them with that accelerated instruction, and also giving parents that opportunity to request a teacher if that's what they wish to do, and then making sure we have that educational plan in place for them.
All right, thank you. Any questions or discussion? All right, thank you.
Delia Garcia has the next policy.
Good afternoon, Policy Chair. This particular policy update is regarding career investigation. So in the area of excused absences, we do have events that qualify students for excused absences. This one is just simply adding an additional event into this policy where a student could be excused for up to 2 days during a student's junior year and senior year, another 2 days when they visit a professional's workplace for the purposes of exploring the student's interests in pursuing career in that field. So this is very similar to the one that's currently exists regarding college trips. When they take college trips during their junior and senior year, those could be considered excused absences. And just a side note, those are typically classified as a foundation school program. So these are funding absences. We get funded for these absences. So again, this is just simply adding this particular event as an excused absences for students.
Thank you. Any questions, discussion on that? Thank you so much.
My only comment is that this works well with some of our strategic plan goals and the connection with the professional development for students. So that's great. Thank you.
Policy FFAC, Local Wellness and Health Services Medical Treatment is the next policy. This policy added information under medication provided by the district, specifically opioid antagonist medication. This provision is applicable to each campus that serves students in grades 6 through 12. The district authorizes school personnel who have been adequately trained to administer an opioid antagonist in accordance with law and this policy. Administration of an opioid antagonist shall only be permitted when an authorized and trained individual reasonably believes a person has experienced an opioid-related overdose. Each campus shall have at least one trained individual who is authorized and trained to administer an opioid antagonist, and each applicable campus shall have at least 2 unused, unexpired opioid antagonist doses available, and they shall be stored in a secure location and shall be easily accessible by individuals who are authorized and trained to administer the opioid antagonist. The district is currently working on finalizing the administrative guidelines addressing the acquisition, maintenance, expiration, and disposal of opioid antagonists in the district, as well as reporting requirements, employee training, and emergency notification requirements. Our head nurse, Elvia Loera, has recently completed the Trainer of Trainers course for opioid administration, and she will be training our health services personnel. Also, in conjunction with UT Austin, we do have a standing order for the opioid antagonist, and we have completed an order, and we have actually received this medication. It is not in our clinics as of yet until we have this policy finalized, but we do have it in store in the district.
Is this the one that we've been kind of going back and forth on for a while? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you.
And I know that it calls for one person being trained on this, but our goal in Harlingen CISD is to get a team trained. So we're working on that right now so that we appreciate all our nurses do, but we know that there's a lot of students in the building, there's a lot of staff in the building, so our plan is to train more than just our nurses, so we'll be working on that.
Absolutely.
Any other questions, discussion?
Yes, ma'am. Is this the result of a change in the law, or does it authorize school districts to provide this medication?
It does. It is a part of the legislative update as of this summer, and so we were waiting for this policy revision to come in after TEA set forth their guidelines late this fall. Then TASB now developed our policy, so we've actually been waiting since the summer. And we started the discussions and the planning through our SHAC committee as well, and of course, working with our health services department. We've been also in contact with Danny Castillo with his team as well through our safety department, and so we're now currently working on the administrative guidelines to bring those forward as well.
I just have one question, and primarily thanking Dr. Gonzalez for his leadership to move this along and have the vision of, far exceeding the policy so that we really are able to respond if needed and appropriately. I was just, it sounds like all the foundation stuff is there. So when can we say that we'll have it implemented? That, what's kind of our timeline or our goal around this?
I'll be working with the team on that. We want to do it as fast as humanly possible, but I do know that there's multiple staff that needs to be trained. We're starting off, obviously, with what's required. That's one person, and that's going to be in the nursing arena, but our nurse is trained as a trainer of trainers, our head nurse, so that's going to help expedite. But I also know that there's other entities that we can leverage in the community. So if we can do that to speed up the process, we'll do that.
And thank you for making sure that this continues to stay on track. So I know, like as you mentioned, we have been discussing this one and waiting since the summer, so I appreciate you bringing this one forward.
Thank you. Our next policy is FFB Local, Student Welfare Crisis Intervention. This policy added information under threat assessment and safe and supportive teams, specifically under student reporting. Each campus shall establish a clear procedure for a student to report concerning behavior exhibited by another student for assessment by a district employee. Currently, our campus administrators and counselors have trained students on utilizing the Stop It app to report any concerns. In addition to that Stop It app, of course, there's that open line of communication that our students have with their teachers, counselors, and school administrators. Also included in this policy, a district employee who reports a potential threat may elect for the employee's identity to remain confidential and not be subject to disclosure unless necessary and required by law enforcement.
Just one comment. I was very impressed with the Stop It app when we first learned about it, and I think probably not at this committee meeting, but maybe in our Transforming Teaching and Learning, just maybe some updates about how often it's being used and what are we doing? You know, it's not a one-time, as all of you know, I'm not saying anything that you don't, but, you know, one-time promotion of the app isn't going to get students to know about it. It's regular, repeated information. And so just how are we doing that? How many kids are using it? We want to make sure that we're doing all we can to, you know, again, like, meet the criteria of this policy, but more importantly, respond to issues. Thanks.
And the next policy is policy FL Local, Student Records. The textbook coordinator is the custodian of records for all currently enrolled students. Added to this policy is a student's education record is also included. Also, any accelerated education plan developed for the student becomes part of that education record. On page 5 of 5, school-sponsored purposes, directory information includes student name, address, telephone listing, date and place of birth, photo, participation in officially organized activities and sports, weight and height of the members of the athletic teams, dates of attendance, grade level, enrollment status, honors and awards received in school, and most recent previous school attended. And this is, of course, something that we do have in place, and we do have our textbook coordinator, who is our designee as custodian of records.
Questions, discussion on this one or any of the others, I guess, just to make sure that we, if you're like me at all, sometimes I like think about things after the fact. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and our next item on the agenda, we have Ms. Nellie Ledesma. She's going to provide us our internal audit quarterly report. So a number of organizations and processes that I know her team has been busy, just making sure that we are in compliance. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Chair, Dr. Gonzalez, committee members, and senior team administration. Agenda item number 4 is the internal audit quarterly report. My team and I, Juanina, we conducted a total of 16 internal audits since our previous reporting. Of the 16 audit reports, 10 are special activity fund audit reports. The other 6 reports were conducted as part of the internal audit assisting the external auditor's CRI in the financial audit of the district. CRI relied on the work performed on these audits in their assessment of the district's internal controls, as well as on the data and financial integrity of these areas. The audit was presented in November. Reports 1 through 6, numbers 8 through 10, and 16 in your binders are special activity fund audits. As per board policy, a special activity fund audit is required to be conducted when there is a change in principal or principal secretary, and in this instance also director, because we have some departments that do have activity funds as part of their programs. These special audits were a result of a change in director for advanced academics and special education, a change in secretary at the Performing Arts Center, and a change in principal at Bowie Elementary, Treasure Hills Elementary, Dishman Elementary, Coakley Middle School, Zavala Elementary, Harlingen High School, and the retirement of the principal and the closure of Keys Academy. As of the audit period, the different audit periods that we had for the different audits, the activity fund balances that were maintained were as follows. Chess account had $14,902. Performing Arts Center had a total combined of $116,045, which is broken down by music having $10,093, fine arts $31,588, patron of arts $46,528, and summer on stage $27,835. Bowie Elementary had $9,373 as an ending balance. Treasure Hills $46,952. Dishman Elementary $64,510. Coakley Middle School $29,569. Special Ed Transition Academy $19,284. Special Olympics, $1,484. Zavala Elementary, $19,258. Harlingen High School, $317,524. And Keys Academy had $10,243. And those monies are going to be split between the two high schools depending on how many students went to the different schools. Based on the audit procedures performed, I am happy to report that there were no findings noted. Activity fund policies and procedures were adhered to, and the monthly financial reports reviewed were stated properly. Any questions on any of these reports?
I think the only thing I have, there was some, right, where it would say like no findings, and then there's some where it says, maybe there was a couple of areas, just noted for improvement. So just
Right.
kind of what, if you could just kind of give us some info
So when
on
we go
what that-
out there, we have like a spreadsheet and we kind of rate them, like, are they effective? Do they need a little bit of, maybe they have some minor little issues. And so that's how we rate them. And then we say, okay, but overall, is it a finding or is it just something that, is it just paperwork, a form? What was it? And
Okay.
so that's how we determine, what conversations we have with them at the campus level. And so we do bring it up to them like that with them when we give them that spreadsheet of the areas that we looked at and what we discovered in each one in detail so that they can correct it for the next audit.
Okay.
But overall, as far as a finding to say like, oh, there was, money's missing, any fraud, anything like that, I didn't see anything that needed to be reported.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I have one more question, maybe not so much about the audit, but on the balances that certainly vary by school and by number of students, and as expected. Are there, and maybe this is more for you, Dr. Gonzalez, just ways that we're making sure that those monies are being used? They're not just in an account.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that when you look at vertical team meetings, when you look at our calibration meetings, when you look at, it takes more than just the principal, so there's quality control along the way, but the last thing we want is money left in accounts that could benefit students. So any money not used at the end of the year isn't carried over. So as we look at that, principals understand the importance of the utilization. So one of the things that we do through vertical team is share best practices, share ideas, and as far as looking at the fund itself, I know that Monica Kaufman and Lori play a key role as they supervise principals to make sure that we're expending all the funds necessary. So I don't think that we've had any issue that I've seen up to this point with principals not spending the money. I think that our biggest thing is there's always the need for more funds.
And so as we look at those, as we go to the campuses, and in the spring, we do look at each campus in detail for the yearly audit, we always, encourage them that the monies, don't have a fundraiser just to have a fundraiser, just because we've always done it. There needs to be a purpose. And the children and the students who, took part in raising those monies should benefit from those funds. So whether it's a field trip or if a campus is saving for a big purchase, then maybe that's why their balance is high. But we do encourage them to look at their monies, and if they don't need a fundraiser that year, then they don't. Some years are better than others for the campuses, depending on how active the parents are too, right? And what kind of fundraisers are taking place. And so at the end of the fundraising period, we did tell them to do a fundraiser recap which is the year-end physical inventories report. The purpose of this audit was to perform testing procedures on year-end physical inventories as of June 30th, 2023, to provide the district's external auditors with an independent assessment regarding the validity, completeness, accuracy, existence, and reliability of the district's year-ending inventories. This is an audit that's conducted for them yearly, and the business office conducts quarterly audits on these inventories also. Testing procedures were limited to those departments having inventory reported in our financial statements, which includes the maintenance, central receiving warehouse, transportation, and child nutrition departments. Internal audit observed staff conducting inventory counts at the campus sites and areas selected. We reviewed final and reconciled inventory reports to inventory counts observed. We analyzed inventories for all departments for reasonableness, and based on the work performed, there were no exceptions noted. Any questions on this report? In the report, you'll see detailed worksheets showing the balances per the areas in the maintenance area. The next report is report number 11, audit of bid files. The purpose of this audit is to test compliance with local, state, and federal procurement requirements in the bid process. There were 185 vendors with transactions totaling more than $50,000, of which the external auditor selected 25 vendors and the related purchase orders to test for bid compliance and required state, local, and federal procurement requirements for the 22-23 school year. Transactions selected ranged from $51,000 to $2.7 million. We audited the supporting documentation for the purchase orders selected to test the attributes related to the type of bid. Based on the work performed, no exceptions were noted. Any questions on this report?
No.
The next report is report number 12, audit of PEAMS student classification, eligibility for special education, LEP, CATE, CCMR, and at-risk students. The purpose of this audit is to determine student classification eligibility for special education, LEP, CATE, CCMR, and at-risk students to determine state compliance with eligibility requirements for proper classification into PEAMS as per CRI's audit criteria. A total of 40 students were randomly chosen to test eligibility. The sample sizes for the 5 types of student classifications chosen were 20 special ed students, 1 LEP student, 9 CATE students, 1 CCMR student, and 9 at-risk students. We reviewed the respective program guidelines, procedures, and information required to determine eligibility and appropriately classify services for students. Based on the audit procedures performed and the student folders selected, there were no findings that came to our attention for the attributes tested for each program classification. Student folders were organized and all required documentation was complete, signed, and on file, and no discrepancies were noted. Any questions on this report? The next report is report number 13, audit of state compliance, program intent coding for payroll disbursements. The purpose of this audit is to test the district's program intent coding of payroll disbursements for compliance with state FSP special program allotment eligibility requirements. The external auditors selected 25 payroll disbursements for teachers and employees to ensure they are classified to the appropriate special program allotment program intent code. We reviewed the detailed supporting documentation for all selected employees. The information included campus rosters, job assignments, master schedules, and Texas educator certificates. Based on the work performed, one exception was noted and immediately corrected to reflect the appropriate PIC code. As a result, we will be conducting a follow-up audit this month. Any questions on this report?
No.
The next report is number 14, audit of state compliance, program intent coding for non-payroll disbursements. The purpose of this audit is to test the district's program intent coding of non-payroll disbursements for compliance with state foundation school program special program allotment eligibility requirements. The external auditor selected 25 non-payroll disbursements to ensure they are classified to the appropriate special program allotment program intent code. We reviewed detailed supporting documentation and respective program director authorizations included with a purchase order, invoice, and check requisitions. Based on the work performed, no exceptions were noted. Any questions on this report?
No questions.
The last report is the audit of HCSD self-funded insurance, number 15. The purpose of this audit is to test the district's group health, self-funded medical and pharmacy insurance claims for compliance with state and local self-funded insurance requirements. The external auditors selected 107 medical and pharmacy claims to test for compliance with state and local self-funded insurance requirements for the 22-23 school year. The following attributes were tested for support. To ensure that the claim was included in the monthly invoice paid by the district and the amount paid agreed to the claim report received by Blue Axis, which is the system that we use for Blue Cross Blue Shield. To ensure that the employee is properly authorized to be on the plan, we verified employees' selected plan for the covered, plan covered the, that the employee's selected plan covered the claim. And also, just to make sure that we had the security as far as who can log in and the safety features. And right now, I think it's just Rachel who can log in, Rachel Cortez, who can log in into that system to ensure that we get that information. So we weren't even given, read-only privileges. It's just a very secure site. Based on the work performed, no exceptions were noted. Any questions on this report?
One quick question, if I may. So there were 214,000 claims paid, and we tested 107. So just for my own education, how do you determine the sample size, and how do you know that it's going to result in a significant finding?
This was CRI's selection.
Okay.
So they had initially selected 67, and then they gave, I'm sorry, they had selected 47, and they gave us an additional 60.
So there's a methodology there at CRI
I'm
that...
assuming they go by, I'm not sure what
Okay.
they do. So since we just assist them, they just give us the samples.
Okay.
Yeah, they have their own program, so they can run, they need the beginning transaction number and the ending transaction number. So then they run their sample off of those transactions, the
And the
beginning and ending number.
The transactions range from, maybe $1.07, a claim to, a very high claim. So they were all, across the board. It wasn't just a certain threshold.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Discussion?
If there's no other questions, then this concludes my quarterly reporting for internal audit.
I just want to acknowledge, I know that this is a lot of work, and if you read the detailed reports, right, especially in going in and looking at all of, the physical inventories and those types of things, all the specific counts and, looking at all of that, I appreciate the work that you and your team put into this, so thank you very much. I'm glad to see that we don't have any big findings that we need to follow up on and have those discussions, just more of making sure we're bettering things, continuing to do that. So thank you very much.
And thank you to administration and to you all too for your support. Thank you.
And that was our last item on the agenda. Anything else that anyone has for the good of the group? If not, we will adjourn the meeting. I actually have a gavel back here. Someone gave me one.
There you go.
We're adjourned.
All right, I'd like to call the meeting of the regular board meeting of the Board of Trustees for Harlingen CISD to order. It's January 16th. We are beginning at 5:32 p.m. This meeting has been posted in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, and we will begin. We do have a quorum, and so we will begin with a moment of silence. Thank you. We're moving on now to item 1C, Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Marcy Martinez.
Thank you, Madam President. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to item 2A. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, Madam President, this is a special one for us. I know that we're looking at January 2024 as School Board Appreciation Month, and we're blessed in Harlingen CISD to have a tremendous board that gives much of their time away from their families to make sure that our district is running at its full potential. And we do have a proclamation that I would like to share with the community at this time, and it reads, whereas the mission of the public schools to meet the diverse educational needs of all children and to empower them to become competent, productive contributors to democratic society in an ever-changing world. And whereas local school board members are committed to children and believe that all children can be successful learners and that the best education is tailored to individual needs of the child. Whereas local school board members work closely with parents, educational professionals, other community members to create educational vision we want for our students. And whereas local school board members are responsible for ensuring the structure that positive, solid foundations for educational school systems play. Whereas school board members are strong advocates for public education and are responsible for communicating the needs of school district to public and public's expectations to the district. Therefore, the Harlingen Consolidated Independent School District school family does hereby declare our appreciation to the members of our HCISD Board of Trustees and proclaim the month of January 2024 as School Board Recognition Month in HCISD. And I urge all citizens to join me in recognizing the dedication and hard work of local school board members and in working with them to mold an education system that meets the needs of both today's and tomorrow's children. And I do want to emphasize that in our district, we have a tremendous board. I know that we have a diverse board with many different skill sets, but when you put that diversity together and the synergy together, then you have a powerful team that's able to really provide world-class oversight and put our district in a position to excel. So I know as an educator, I feel tremendously blessed, but also as a father, talking to my wife, we have 3 children in the district right now, and we feel blessed to be led by this school board. So on behalf of the Harlingen CISD family, I want to thank all of our board members, and let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez, and thank you to everyone. I would welcome any comments by any board members if you feel so moved. And if not, I will make a comment. Go ahead. Okay, so I think to each and every person on this board, there's just a tremendous amount of respect that we have for the professionals, the staff, every single person of HCISD. It's our honor to be able to serve. It's an honor to serve next to you in this leadership position. And we could not be more proud of the people of this district, the family of this district. You do have the most extraordinary challenge to figure out what students need to know and be able to do today, but to prepare them for a career that they might not even enter for another decade. it's extraordinarily difficult. And so I know that we as a board just thoroughly enjoy working alongside of you, trying to get it right from our side on the governance side and what you all do on the implementation side. So ultimately, really, we appreciate the proclamation and the acknowledgement, but it's really us who appreciate all of you. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr.
May I make a comment
Moniz,
real quick?
Please.
You know, for me personally, I know I've talked to a couple of other board members privately. This is probably our least favorite board meeting because we don't like the spotlight. We do it for the kids. I mean, that's why we do it. But that being said, I do want to highlight my board members because I am very extremely proud to be part of this board and to be sitting next to them because I don't take it lightly. I don't take it for granted. I've met school boards and school board members throughout the state of Texas, from other states, in fact, and we're privileged. I mean, I can honestly say every single one of these board members should be on this board. They have the right intent. They have a love for our students. And there's distractions that happen, the noise that happens. They can see through that. We all have one goal. They have one goal, and that's our kids, that's our teachers, it's our faculty, and it's super clear. So I'm super proud to be part of this team, and thank you guys for allowing me to be part of your team.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Moniz.
Madam President?
Mr. Jaimes.
You know, I echo everything Dr. Muñiz said, but every January when it comes to this month and we get the recognition of Board Appreciation Month, it's a reminder to me that the work that we do as trustees, the work that we've been entrusted to do by the community wouldn't happen without the community's support. And I think that as much as Dr. Gonzalez and his senior leadership team will thank us or praise us or whatever you want to call it, we feel the same way about our community, our Harlingen, our HISD community, because they're the ones that trust us. They're the ones that have put us here. And not a day goes by, but especially during this month, that we get appreciated. I want to send that appreciation to the community because we continue to stand on their shoulders, and we're able to do things in this district, innovative things, and we're going to continue to be innovative for the sake of the students and our teachers and our HISD community. We can do that because of the community of Harlingen. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Annas. I could not agree more, and it just reminds me of the many wonderful board members that have served on this HCISD Board of Trustees that, you know, that built the patterns and built the future that we're leaning into. So it's really exciting. Thank you. So today is a little bit different in the agenda because of some weather conditions. So items C, D, and E that are on the current agenda will be moved to next month's agenda. These were all items where we were celebrating students, and because of the inclement weather, we wanted to make sure that those students were safe, and so we are looking forward to celebrating them next month. So if you need a double dose of student recognitions, be here next month, because it's going to be packed, we know it. So that's items C, D, and E, excuse me, it should actually probably be B.
Yeah,
B, C, D, and E.
Not D also? No, D's here.
D is here. Okay, we definitely are doing item D, sir. Don't go running out of this room. Nope, stay right there. Okay, so thank you. So,
B, C, and E, okay.
B, C, and E, next month. Item D, moving on. We want to, Mr. Tapia, can you help us recognize the ROFA Architects for the 2023 Design Merit Award for the Treasure Hills Elementary renovations and addition project?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Gonzalez. On On December 7th, 2023, the American Institute of Architects, Lower Rio Grande Valley Chapter, announced that Rofa Architects was awarded the 2023 Design Merit Award for the Treasure Hills Elementary Renovations and Additions Project for an HCISD project. Mr. Alex presented this award plaque at the January 9th Facilities Committee meeting we just held last week, wherein he explained the application process and criteria requirements for this Distinguished Design Award. So the district would like to formally recognize Mr. Alex and his firm for their outstanding design for this project. So we do have his plaque up here that he showed us at the Facilities Committee meeting, and I'll turn it over back to you.
May we take a photo?
Sure.
With you, sir, and have you come up, and then I guess, maybe before we do the photo, I guess, should we say some comments and then we'll take the photo? Sorry. We are making you just wonder where you should be at every second right now, aren't we? Board, I'd entertain some comments, please.
I'll just make it real brief. Mike, you and your team do a phenomenal job. We never have to worry if you're on a project. We know it's going to be high quality. And if you have anything to do with it, it's going to be on time. Obviously, oftentimes you don't have a lot of things. You can't control everything, but you've done this is an amazing, amazing project. And I just really proud of the work you do, and really reflect great credit on this district and this community. And again, I know this is your day job, but you treat it as if it's a volunteer job, and it's a passion of yours. And so we appreciate all the effort and all of the extra work that goes into it as well. So thank you for your expertise and for your service for this community and this district.
Thank you. Mr. Leal.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. I just wanted to echo what Dr. Pettis said. We got a full brief on what all went into the Treasure Hills project last week. And the way that you coordinated with the administrators, with the parents, with the community. I'm an alumni at Treasure Hills. I went to the old school. And what you designed is it's beautiful. And it's going to be a jewel for years to come. And I think it's also, it's going to be an example of what's possible moving forward, potentially with older campuses that can be remade into a magnet, into a bright light where students want to attend those schools. And Treasure Hills is a school that's filled to the brim. Kids want to go to that school, and I think it's a big part of that is because of how it looks and how it's designed. And so thank you, Mike. You deserve this award, and I'm glad you got it, and I'm glad you're being recognized for it because it was earned.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Those are wonderful comments. Dr. Muniz.
Congratulations, Michael. Great project. I love, I got to see it from the beginning and all the trials and tribulations. And I love how you kind of chime in and ask questions and ask for feedback like Mr. Leal said. Bottom line is your heart's there. You can tell your heart's in this project, and it's amazing. I hear that you're going to potentially be up for a state award, or is that? Okay, cool. Awesome. Well, good luck, and it's amazing. I mean, it's a beautiful school. Thank you.
So just one final comment from me, and my thanks to you and your whole team. We can't forget that this school was built during a pandemic with incredible shortages, staffing. I mean, there was every obstacle possible was facing the whole industry, and so including this project, and yet it's a winner. It's a shining star. It is absolutely a beautiful facility. The kids love it. The faculty love it. Our community loves it, and it's something to be so proud of. And so it was really so much for your leadership. I mean, the design, but also just driving that project home, and it really took a lot of effort. And so and then to be selected. So thank you very much for all you've done for this district, and I'm sure we'll continue to do. Congratulations. So should we celebrate with some photos? All right.
as Mr. Tapia said, you know, the AIA Rio Grande Valley does this award, a design awards competition every 2 years. So this is every 2 years, two were awarded. Y'all were one of them. And so, you know, that doesn't happen often. The last time it did happen was the School of Health Professions. We won a design award for that one, too.
Nice.
And that project is almost 10 years old now. And so we are very, very lucky to be able to do the things that we can do with y'all. And it doesn't happen unless there's buy-in from our owners. And there has to be a language of understanding. We have to be able to come to some initial agreements on what we're going to do. And usually, design awards happen because of that. You've got this great synergy between owner and client. And so this award is y'all's. So y'all put this in y'all's trophy case, but because it belongs to y'all. Both of my kids went to school there too, and my wife teaches there. So yeah, it was a labor of love, and I grew up here too. Been to school here, graduated. Go Cards. We had our 40th reunion this summer. So this is my community, and this is my way of giving back. And so thank you all very, very much for allowing this opportunity. And it's just as much yours as it is anybody else's, so thank you.
Thank you. That's great. And just before we transition a few things, one, Mr. Tapia, thank you to you and your team, because in your role, you're just that liaison and the partner to make this seamless. So thank you to you and your whole team. On the recognition, it's item A. One of the things that we want to do is take a photo of the team of 8. And we can go back to that at this point, maybe, or we can either do that or move to the principal's report, and before we break for other items, we can do the photo. I don't know if your photographer wants to leave sometime sooner, we could do it now. Let's do that. Okay, let's go get our team of 8.
Which team?
Go find them. All right, moving on to very important and exciting items, our principal's report. We have Ms. Magda Gonzalez here with Austin Elementary IB World School. We're looking forward to your report, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Welcome, Madam Board President, Dr. Gonzalez, members of the board, senior team, and audience, I guess, a little audience. Thank you for providing me this opportunity to showcase Austin Elementary IB World School. Today, I'll begin my presentation by displaying the staff that makes Austin Elementary an exceptional school. Maybe a little biased, but I feel they are a distinguished staff. At Austin, we have the pleasure of guiding our students to be productive citizens in our community and stewards of our planet. We work each day to help our students develop a mindset that they have the power to help create a better and more peaceful world. Here you see some of the student organizations that we hold on campus, including our student council. You see them on the top receiving a personalized letter from Ambassador Tishner, as they had provided a tour for him of completed projects on campus. They also received a medallion, a personalized medallion from him. And so that was a student council that year. We also have our coding club, our production crew, who learns how to interview. You see them on the bottom left. And we have our Spanish club. Here you see some additional activities that take place on campus, including our book blast that promotes reading in the home, the use of research skills in our ILC, and on the bottom here, winter came early at Austin. We didn't know about this Arctic blast, so that actually happened before the holiday break. Among the many facets of our IB program, we work extensively with our IB learner profile attributes. Each year, we provide a calendar that is shared to recognize one of the attributes each month. We have a corresponding color that we wear on Tuesdays, and a message is shared with staff and students to support that attribute each Tuesday during morning announcements. Along with examples of the attribute, we share quotes, songs, and our students will even assist. It is a welcome opportunity for many, those who are risk takers and those who are ready to blossom into one. For example, just today, we wore light blue as we highlighted this month's attribute, being balanced. During our announcements, because students and staff have so many things that come their way on any given day, it's important to have balance in their lives. And they learn that it's not something you find, it's something you create. One of our fifth graders shared some things that can help create balance, like understanding yourself and accepting that not everything is under your control. Being aware of your priorities and choosing to live in the moment were a couple of my favorites. Our council also shared the pretzel breathing technique for the staff to practice with their students to help when they're feeling stressed or anxious. Here where you see some of our students as they're doing the announcements, created by their very own. They give their announcements, they give their perspective on the different attributes. Eye-catching slides are also prepared, and highlighted attribute and pictures of the students participating in our dress-up days are posted on our TVs and our Facebook page. For example, during the month of December, we highlighted caring. Our students had many opportunities to show they cared, and one endeavor that really stood out was a task that Ms. Bush took on with her students. Given that we were going to be dressing up in our pajama day on one of our 12 days of Christmas dress-up days, she and her students had the idea of sewing some pajama sets for some of our students who might not have any to wear on that special day. Well, the idea was sprouted, and with a little watering, boy, did it grow. The parents of these students even came in to help, and before we knew it, we had 23 pajama sets were sewn and ready to be worn. What a wonderful way to show that we care about others in our school and our community. And our students are no strangers to this initiative of sewing. to help those in need. Here you see our students that were proud to make those for our students that were in need. And here's where they received their set of pajamas. Last year, we had a few fifth graders who polished up their sewing skills as they worked on a few evening gowns to be worn to prom or wherever the lucky recipients wished. They did this as part of their IB exhibition project, and Ms. Bush was their mentor throughout the project. Again, another act of service that made a positive difference in the lives of others. The profile attributes such as caring are incorporated into teachers' lessons, and the students delve deeper into these traits during their guidance lessons with our counselor. In further support of the psychosocial component, we use the resources that the district has provided through Craver. These resources are invaluable with the many songs and activities that are provided. The students love them, and they give them many opportunities to hone in on the skills one needs. From not only focusing on the IB learner profile attributes such as caring and open-minded, but also on how to, example, self-regulate and empathize with others. With every lesson, the students are also able to reflect on what has been learned as they strive to find balance throughout each day, and even on a broader scope throughout their academic journey. Here you see, during our counseling sessions, as they learn to hone in and just relax. I think some of the other teachers enjoy going in there doing that as well. It is our hope that we're helping to shape the whole child, meeting their social and emotional needs of self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills. The 5 components of emotional intelligence that have proven vital to an individual's success. In addition to that, we as a staff are working on those traits so that we can be the best example for them. Because the way a teacher responds to one student or any given situation, 20 or more students are learning. We must always take advantage of the learning opportunities that exist and make it a positive one. To help encourage and motivate our students to have those positive experiences, we have quite a few practices. But one of my favorites is when we recognize those shining character traits each Friday with our Nights of Character nominations. Our teachers and staff are given the opportunity to highlight our students by completing a Nights of Character nomination form, which, if chosen, is read over the announcements. But there's more. Our students, with their sense of agency, have really impressed us. They nominate teachers and other students, so another form was drafted for them to use. So now they've designed their own. It is such a privilege to share such beautiful affirmations, and again, giving them their voice. For example, I had a student who nominated her teacher, Ms. Garza, for being the best second grade teacher. She wanted to thank her for everything she had taught her in both first and second grade, and that her students were so lucky to have her this year. It's such a privilege to share such beautiful affirmations, and again, giving them their voice. I know it makes the students feel good inside, intrinsically, and it makes the staff feel validated and affirmed, of course. I always make it a point afterwards to hand over the nominations personally myself to that staff member, and it's always received with a big smile and sometimes with a tear. Here are several examples of those students that have written out, and sometimes they come and read them themselves in the morning announcements. I've highlighted just a few of the many things that we do, but I hope you've been able to get a clear picture of how we prepare our students to be productive members of our society. Members who are not only internationally minded, but who have heart, and who are ready to show the world that they have the traits and skills one needs to succeed, and that they will make a difference. And so now my favorite part, we have a short video from our campus showing one of the projects that we
The
did?
sewing class is project-based, and we were really excited to get it started at the beginning of the school year. And it's a very small and intimate group of 4th and 5th graders. And our project takes place after school for just 45 minutes, and our students have an opportunity to learn how the sewing machine works, and they also have an opportunity to collaborate with one another and to make products for our school community and do some community service projects. Last year, we had a project with the 5th grade exhibition group. It was a group of 5th graders who created dresses for high school students for an upcoming dance. And this year, our students had an opportunity to create pajamas for students in need. So in December, they were able to distribute over 20 pajamas for their peers.
So in creating something for those in need, my child was able to go from, well, believing that they were unable to do it. Following the process of the sewing program, we started basically with cutting up the fabric, putting pieces together, and in doing so, it created the sense of, I can do this, I'm capable, and I'm doing this for somebody else.
This was a very intimate project. It was very small, which worked out great for my son. My son is not really great with social situations, so being in a small group, it was very good for him to just be able to interact with other kids his age.
One cool thing that I get to do is like my dad helps me now. The funnest part about making the clothes is like the sewing itself.
I think one of our biggest goals was teaching our students to serve their community and how to give back to their community more than anything, to learn about the weaknesses that we have in our area and our school community, and to be able to contribute.
Why do we do things for people? We don't just do things for money. We do things to be able to connect to people and show that we care.
And with me here this evening, I'd like to introduce Ms. Mallory Mendez. She actually is one of our staff members, but she's also mom too, to one of our sewing group. We also have Mr. Broderick Martinez, come on up, a couple of parents, and then Ms. Bush. She's the creator of this project. And these parents attend every session and interact in both the sewing activities as well as assisting in the preparation of the fabric, cutting out the fabric and materials outside of school for the benefit of our students. We're fortunate to have their contributions as a partnership working together. And they've enjoyed it. I've walked in there and they've enjoyed doing this. But a big thank you to Ms. Bush, who's created this. So we also, knowing it is Board Appreciation Month, we can't go out without expressing our deepest gratitude for our boards of trustees, especially now during Board Appreciation Month. It doesn't never go unnoticed just how much you give of yourselves and the countless hours that you put in ensuring that our students and staff are getting the best opportunities afforded to them, and for many selfless acts of kindness you continuously take part in. Your contributions to the district are seemingly endless, and we greatly appreciate all that you do. And now we have a little something for each of you that the sewing group has made for you.
It's perfect time for a new set of pajamas.
That's awesome.
So one is for you, and one is for you to give to someone that you may know. We have something for you, Dr. Gonzalez, as well. We appreciate everything you are bringing to our district, and for that, all that is yet to come.
Thank you.
So you see a set of pajamas for you to give out to someone that you may see that's in need. By the way, they're school colors, red and black.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is just so thoughtful and unexpected. And, we just love watching the videos and hearing you talk. And thank you for the parents and Ms. Bush for coming and telling us about this. Board, do we have any questions? Dr. Cano Monreal, please.
I don't have a question. Well, actually, I do. First, I want to make a comment. We hear that all the different, presentations every month, from the different schools, and each one is unique in and of itself, right? And there were so many things that I thought throughout your presentation that made me feel good. We were talking about board appreciation and the service that we provide, and so one thing that really caught my attention is, we're here to make sure that we do for all of our students. And I really felt that through your presentation. So I just want to extend a huge thank you for what you do this is just different, from what we hear all different kinds of initiatives, right, that go on and projects at different schools. And it's just a really cool, awesome example of something that you all are doing that allows us to reach all of our students where they're at, and then for them to go and do something for someone else. And so I applaud y'all for that, and I think it's awesome that they get to do that with their parents. It just, I always loved time, I think that's the best thing that we can do, right, for our kids is the time that we spend with them doing something that they love to do and something that you can share with them. So just want to applaud you bringing the parents in and engaging them in that way, and offering your students that. And I thought just, giving them a voice. Some of those were really well written. And so, I really just want to applaud you for, making sure that they have that voice to be able to do that, to nominate others and to recognize the good and the excellence in others and to promote that. So that was really the comment I wanted to make. And then I just kind of wondered too, I know you all are an IB school, and now we have Vernon, it's our IB middle school, and just what that is looking like, if you have, as far as students going on from IB.
And that would be my hope, that they do continue on. Our kids, unfortunately, their trajectory is to Memorial. And so this year, I think we're planning on making we always visit Memorial, we'd like to visit Vernon as well. So they can have that choice.
Great, that's good. That's good, thank you. Yes. Dr. Muniz, please.
Yeah, excellent presentation, Ms. Gonzalez. Lots of great highlights. I really enjoyed watching the parts with Ms. Bush, leading that and having the parental involvement, having the kids involved. And Mr. Martinez, was, parental involvement is crucial, right? We see that. I think that even furthermore, having a dad involved is critical and crucial. I want to give you hats off to that. Raising your son correctly, being a great role model for your son. And I know that's not part of it's part of the presentation. We're not here for that, but I want to highlight that. The simple fact that he has a Texas A&M jersey on is amazing. So thank you very much. Here you go.
Very good, very good. Any other comments? I wanted to echo the congratulations and the thanks for being here. And, we love seeing the videos because it does bring to life, the things that you're telling us. It reminded me of, I learned how to sew with my grandmother, and I have very distinct memories of that. I don't have very many memories of much else, actually. So it's really that stuck with me. So I was thinking about, your son when he was talking about making the pajamas, and he liked sewing, but he liked it with you. That really struck me. That I don't think I'll ever forget it. Right? It's a great skill. There's so many other benefits to it. But doing it for a purpose and with people you love. And anyway, I really like that. So thank you for bringing all that together.
I do want to also mention playing such a big role in bringing all this together. We have Mrs. Ingram, our counselor, and Mrs. Cindy Rodriguez, our assistant principal.
Bravo, bravo to everyone.
And Mr. Martinez has brought up that this has even come to the home. They already have a sewing machine at home.
Oh,
and has had different events that they had to fix right? Had to fix pants?
Yeah, so my cousin got married, and finding boys' pants in the right size is not always a very, very easy thing to do, so we had to do some hemming, which was something I had to do as a kid a lot. So, I got to introduce that to him, so we were able to fix his pants.
That's great.
The sewing machine I inherited from my mom.
That is so great. It really is. I love it.
And Ms. Mendez, I know this has been such a big role for her daughter, has just completely, I'm telling you, we have perfect attendance from the group on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Right.
Because they want to participate after school.
Yes, your daughter looked very intent when she was in the video. I mean, she was focused. That was awesome.
Yes.
Well, thank you all so much for being here and sharing this. I think Dr. Pettis, go ahead.
All the comments previously from my board members and from you, Magda, just wanted to add one more thing. Obviously, you can't belabor enough the importance, like has been mentioned, in parental involvement in education. Education is a family affair, obviously, and congratulations. Now, this is going to continue, and it's going to be other little projects soon. It's going to be algebra homework and all these other kinds of projects that you're going to be like, oh my God, this is stressful for the parents because it's pretty complicated stuff, calculus and whatnot, science and, geometry and all kinds of stuff that's going to be, but at the end of the day, I can't wait to see the educational attainment of your son. I can't wait to see what these kids do because, that's coming because they're just so inspired, and it is a family affair. Their aspirations and their goals are going to be higher, and you're going to have support at home, and so I just can't wait to see what he does. And it's really amazing the culture that you've created, the delightful learning environment, the projects, but then the community involvement and the parental involvement. So again, great job.
Thank you.
Leadership matters, and I know it's not just you. You have amazing teachers and all the educators there, but thanks for involving the community and the parents. It means so much. So, and the outcomes are going to show.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, we're going to give you all a round of applause. Thank you for being here tonight. Braving the cold. So moving on to public comment for agenda topics.
Yes.
Oh, we would love that. Bravo.
Should we put the pajamas on? No.
Yeah. Might be tight.
I already have one.
All right, item for public comment for agenda topics. Do we have any comments? Thank you, Ms. Leffner. And then also for public audience for non-agenda topics. Do we have any items? Thank you, Ms. Leffner. All right, we are going to go into the approval of the consent calendar, but I do want to point out that this month, under our consent calendar, we have several proclamations, including the entire month to celebrate Career Technology Education, National Counseling Week, Instructional Coach Week, and Digital Learning Day. In the area of CTE and digital learning, we take our students beyond the classroom, and these programs inspire students to explore careers and help them navigate their post-secondary aviation. So things like their post-secondary plans, including aviation or computer science or education. And then, obviously, we want to recognize our instructional coaches. They're the teacher champions on campus, and they support our new teachers during their first 3 years, and we thank them for the work that they're doing to ensure that every classroom has an effective educator. And then lastly, our counselors. What an amazing group of people. They come in every day, they help students, they help employees navigate their way through whatever challenges they're facing. They set our students on the right course, and they make sure that they get our students the resources needed to get them to the finish line. So on behalf of the board, we thank each one of these groups, and we look forward to celebrating them throughout the month of February. So under consent, I would take a motion for the approval of the consent calendar.
Make a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Second the motion.
Thank you. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to matters related to transformation and school support. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, ma'am. In our last meeting at the January 9th Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee meeting, Dr. Corton did a great job with regard to leveraging strategic design for sustainable innovation. We discussed our strategic plan. We want to bring that to life and create design teams that will allow us to have opportunities to get stakeholders involved to ensure that we plan not only as a district, but with the people, so that our plan comes to life. And it's these dialogues between district leaders and stakeholders that are going to strengthen the design of a new way of thinking in our district. And I think that the team has done a great job. Our board is second to none. And when you look at our community and design teams and authentic stakeholders, the meeting was just talking about that vision for that. So I do want to thank Dr. Corton and the team. And then we got into the customer service experience and redefining that in Harlingen CISD. As we know, it is an open market in public education now, and parents and students have choice. So we want to make sure that the customer service experience is one that's world-class, and that we don't only provide great experiences for our students, but when they come to our facilities, when they come to anywhere within the organization, that they receive world-class customer service. And that doesn't happen by accident, it happens by intensive training. So we've learned from some of the great companies like Chick-fil-A. We've worked with them directly to make sure that we develop our own standards for customer service. And Ms. Debbie Scoggin did a great job of making sure that we explain that to our board as we move forward as a school district. So it was a powerful meeting, and we look forward to not only our strategic design teams, but also this new philosophy we have around ensuring that everybody, all stakeholders, to include students, understand our customer service model.
Nice, thank you. Mr. Powers, do you have any comment you'd like to add?
I just want to add, there it is. I just want to add that it was a very impressive meeting. Dr. Cortana, your presentation was really good. And the customer service feature, I think is something so important that we're going to do, that you're going to work with staff, you're going to work with the students, and the help that we're getting from our community, like Chick-fil-A, their involvement, I think is so important that we involve them. And I know you're going to reach out to some other entities to maybe get some additional ideas, but I think it's a very productive program that we're going into. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that report. Moving on to matters related to human services, we'll go to Ms. Scoggin for consideration for approval of the TASB recommended revisions to policy update 122 on first reading.
Thank you, and good evening, Dr. Reiniger, Dr. Gonzalez, members of the board, senior team, and audience. Policy Update 122 covers recommended local policy revisions to address several new laws from the regular session of the 88th Legislature. Other revisions included in this update are in response to changes to the administrative code. Changes to local policies offered for consideration address cybersecurity, safety and security, employment practices, curriculum design, compensation services, and intensive programs, accelerated instruction, compulsory attendance, medical treatment, crisis intervention, and student records. Administration recommends approval of the recommended revisions to Policy Update 122 on first reading as discussed earlier today at our Policy Audit Committee meeting. Dr. Cano Monreal chairs the Policy Audit meeting, and I will hand it over to her for any further comments.
Thank you, Ms. Goggin, and thank you to Dahlia and Danny and Lori also for providing information and context behind all of the policy revisions at this afternoon's meeting. I think we had some good discussion and good clarification, and I think really these are just policies to make sure that we are in compliance and that we are just putting what our practices are, making sure that those are in policy. So, thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Goggin, are we we're moving on this?
Yes, Madam President. At this time, I'd like to move item 12C, and that's consideration for approval of teacher evaluation appraiser for 23-24 to now be item 8B.
Thank you. Okay, so we will move that item up to 8B. Before I move on, do you need a motion on item 8A?
Yes, please.
Okay, very good, just to understand.
Yeah.
Okay, so do I have a motion?
Yes, I'll move that we approve the TASB recommended revisions to Policy Update 122 on first reading.
Thank you. Second, okay, thank you. I've got a first and a second. Are there any questions about this? All right, I'll take, so all those in favor of this motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. So now we are going to discuss the amending the current 23-24 compensation pay plan to add the long-term assignment. No, am I doing this wrong?
Item C,
I
that's
think
It's
items.
approval of teacher evaluation
I got
appraiser,
the-
correct?
Yes.
Yes, we're going to 12C, please.
Yep. If you-
See, there we go. Okay, so please forgive me,
I'll
board.
make a motion, if you don't, to approve the teacher evaluation appraiser for 2023, 2024, as presented.
Second.
Okay, and do we have, Ms. Goggin, did you want to add some content to this before we take our final vote?
Thank you so much, and just board approval is required for the teacher evaluation appraisers, and currently we have one administrator who requires approval, and thank you. Administration recommends approval.
Very good. Okay, so all those in favor of the motion as presented indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Goggin, for getting me through that. So now, matters related to business services, the internal audit quarterly report by Ms. Ledesma.
Good evening, Dr. Reininger, members of the board, Dr. Gonzalez, senior administration, and audience. The Policy Audit Committee and I met earlier today and heard 16 audit reports. These reports are found in your binder. 10 of these reports were special activity funds, and these reports were numbers 1 through 6, 8 through 10, and number 16. As per board policy, a special audit is required to be conducted when there is a change in principal or a principal secretary and/or bookkeeper responsible for activity funds. And recently, we've also included a change in director since some of these departments also maintain activity funds in their departments. There was a change in director for advanced academics and also special education, a change in secretary at Performing Arts Center, a change in principal at Bowie Elementary, Treasure Hills Elementary, Dishmill Elementary, Coakley Middle School, Zavala Elementary, Harlingen High School, and the retirement of the principal at Keys Academy and also the closure of the school. Based on the audit procedures performed, there were no findings noted, and activity fund policies and procedures were adhered to, and the monthly financial reports were reviewed, were stated properly. There was also 6 audit reports that were conducted as part of an internal audit assisting the external auditors, CRI, in the financial audit of the district. CRI relied on the work performed on these audits in their assessment of the district's internal controls, as well as the data and financial integrity in these areas. The audit was presented in November. The reports were the year-end physical inventories, the audit of bid files, the audit of PEEM student classification eligibility for special education, LEP, CATE, CCMR, and at-risk students, the audit of state compliance program intent coding for payroll disbursements, audit of state compliance for program intent coding for non-payroll disbursements, and the audit of the HCISD self-funded insurance. These reports were discussed in detail with the audit committee and other board members present, and I am here to answer any questions you may have, unless our chair, Dr. Cano Monreal, would like to elaborate on what we discussed.
Yeah, I think I'll just, thank you to Ms. Ledesma and her team. I just want to echo that thank you again for those audits on those 10 activity funds, and then also on the work for the CRI audit. And just thank you for keeping us in compliance and making sure that we're doing the right thing. And thank you for all of the information that you and your team bring to us. Glad that we didn't have any findings. I think just for those of you who weren't here, there were no findings that we need to follow up on, just practices to continue to improve. That's it.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ledesma. All right, moving on to item 9B. Mr. Mendoza, will you present this item, please?
Thank you, ma'am. Madam President, board members, Dr. Gonzalez. So item 9A is the consideration for approval of job order contract for Harlingen CIZ doors and window improvements at 6 locations. So back in June of 2023, we solicited competitive seal proposals and received one bid that was over budget, and that bid was rejected. We rebid again this particular project on July 20th, and no bids were received. So the board approved the utilization of job order contract as a method of procurement through purchasing cooperatives at our August 8, 2023 board meeting. So the job order contract quote was requested from 4 contractors with only 1 contractor responding. So our operations department evaluated that quote that came in from Noble Texas Builders. The quote came in at $658,268.00 and was within budget. We are recommending that the board award the job order contract to Noble Texas Builders through our by-board purchasing cooperative. So the 6 campuses that are going to be impacted, if approved, include Bowie, Bonham, Coakley, Harlingen High School South, Sam Houston, and Stewart Place. We recommend approval.
Thank you. All right, do we have a motion on 9B?
I move approval as presented.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any questions on this?
Just what was the budget originally?
We had a budget of 850,000.
It came in at 650?
Very good. Thank you. All right, all those in favor of the motion as presented, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Mendoza. All right, moving on to Facilities and Safety Committee report, Mr. Tapia.
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the board, Dr. Gonzalez. January 9th, we had a Facilities Committee meeting, and we held it at the Early Childhood Academy. Our first item of business was to tour the outdoor facilities that we had recently completed, and Berta Perea, the school director for early childhood, showed us the project and all the various activity spaces outdoor, and it was a very nice tour for seeing that completed project. The next item we had was a presentation and update on the Guardian program. Mr. Danny Castillo gave an update on the positions that he has filled. He's hired some more people and a few more vacancies, so he gave us an update on that and the continuous training that he's doing with his new staff. The next item was the presentation and discussion of the AIA Lower Rio Grande Valley Design Award for Treasure Hills that we recently just acknowledged ROFA Architects with Mike Alex here. He gave a little bit more detailed information at that meeting. And then we moved on to the ESSER funded projects. I gave an update of various air conditioning projects at various phases at the central plant at the high school, Coakley, Long and Wilson, Puy Gutierrez. was waiting for a couple of schools where some units are still trying to come in January and February, so hopefully we can get those get those projects out of the way. And then we also had some roofing projects at South Villa Early Childhood Academy. We're about 60% complete. Roofing at Administration Annex and Vernon, and several elementary mini gyms. I gave a discussion on the percentages there. And the roofing project and windows project at the high school is a very big project. They're about 63%, and showed some photographs as well of the progress. And then we moved on to the TRE projects, the local funded projects. SAC First Responders, they're doing the paving there, and they're working on the landscaping, although we did have to call them to tell them to wait until after the freeze passed by before they did any more work there. Renovations to Harlingen High School, we're at about 95%. We're working on punch lists on the project that was awarded to Zewell Construction. At Coakley and Vernon, the gym renovations, all the painting work's done, acoustic panels, lighting. And at Coakley, they're already working on the bleachers. They finally came in. Parking lot upgrades at Vela and Administration Building for all the new light poles that we ordered will be in February, but they've already done some demolition of the existing concrete posts. And the culinary projects at the two high schools, we're done with the demolition. We're starting to build back with some metal stud walls, some new plumbing work, and get that project underway. And then we presented some contingency allowance expenditures. There was two of them for Zewell Construction on the high school project, one in the amount of $5,700, the other one about $12,250 for several items that I mentioned at the meeting. Also, Green Thumb Landscaping at the Early Childhood Academy. There was some fencing, some red gate bars that were removed, and some additional courtyard work for the amount of $18,163, so I gave an update on that. And then we concluded the meeting with Mr. Raymond Mendoza giving us an update on the project funds, financial report, and the latest activities on the TRE funding. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Dr. Perez for any additional comments.
Oscar, once again, fantastic meeting. Appreciate all the updates on the facilities and the TRE and ESSER projects. You and your team continue to do just an incredible job. Thank you for doing everything timely and also under budget, and just all the amazing projects that you lead. Just a brief comment on the Guardian program, and Danny, obviously we also had not as part of this committee, but a recent meeting with the city of Harlingen, and I think that went phenomenally well with the MOU, and again, this Guardian program came up prominently in discussion again, and so I just, again, kudos to you and your vision on your team, and all the added sort of layers that you keep putting in to keep our students, our teachers, our staff, our community safe. Last thing I'll say is just a discussion that I had with Dr. Cortan recently, and an opportunity I think that we should take advantage of. Because of sort of the complexity of all your safety and security sort of solutions that you're providing for the district, and I mean, very innovative things that you're doing to keep us safe and keep our students safe. It's incredible what you're doing. I think this is a model program for the nation, for the state and the nation. But I think it'd be nice to have some sort of, I think sort of, you probably have this discussion already, so she can speak to it better than I, but some sort of image or some sort of graphic that could sort of tell her, because, when some people think like, oh, okay, we have a Guardian program and that's like our, police force for the district. Like, no, that's not what it is, right? And so it's just another layer. It's a very important layer. It's an amazing, I think another value add, and another sort of thing that we're doing that's pretty innovative, to be honest with you. But I think a graphic could do a lot of justice to explain to folks that just see it like, oh my God, I didn't know you guys were doing so much to really keep our campuses and our students safe. So if y'all could, I know you can do this, come up with some sort of graphic to really sort of, in one picture, show like all of the incredible things we're doing with our SROs and the Guardian and all the different things that we're doing. And again, that's this discussion I had with Dr. Cortan. So I think that it's just, again, your design team with your I guess your what do you call it? What are your senior team, right? You guys, senior team you are a design team, and so I think you guys can figure this out. That I would love to see that, because I think it would even conceptualize it better for the board as well. So, thank you again for Oscar, for your leadership, and thank you, Danny, as well. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you for that report. All right, we are now moving into adjournment to closed or executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and 551.082, the Open Meetings Act, for the following purposes: to discuss employment of teachers and other professional staff, to discuss amending the current 23-24 compensation pay plan to add the long-term assignment pay rate for professional substitutes, to discuss real estate, and to discuss the superintendent's formative evaluation. We are now in executive session. Okay, we are reconvened back into open session for actions on matters discussed in executive session. Do I have a motion for 12A, please?
I move that we approve the employment of teachers and other professional staff as discussed in executive session.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Jaimes on the second. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Moving on to 12B. Do I-
Madam President, I
Please.
move approval to amend the current 2023-2024 compensation pay plan to add the long-term assignment pay rate for professional substitutes as presented in executive session.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Moniz. All those, or any comments, questions? Okay, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. And then now we're moving to item 12D. Do I have a motion on 12D?
Yes, Madam President, I move to approve the real estate purchase as discussed in executive session.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Leal, Mr. Powers. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. We are now, have all the matters finished. We are in, what is the we are adjourned. We are adjourned.
Can we take a picture with our hats?
Oh, yes.